G'day everybody, and welcome back to Venus, and the much calmer experience of Stationeers than the last stream I did in it. No death on Vulcan here. Thank you very much. I I think last time I was in the process of moving the bits from the old setup to the new setup, so that I could hopefully get this new Larre working on the much larger setup, and then I can duplicate it much more simply. I've got the piping system worked out. I did a little bit of tidying up between the last stream and now, mainly of these cables and getting the IC chip and housing in here. So basically what I did was kind of, as best I could, hide the cables. They don't... The way I've laid this out, it makes it very difficult to actually properly hide it. But I think once I put flooring down, especially if I did like padded flooring, it's going to be... yeah, it's going to hide a lot of this. And I'll also obviously hide the cabling for the lights that are the level below. Yeah. I'm just trying to think, just trying to make sure I remember where I was up to. I actually do think I'm at that point where I should be trying to most likely get... Oh, that's what I was talking about last week. Trying to make the Larre do multiple harvests. And I was going to try and use the age of the plant, so the growth stage, instead of seeding and mature, to try and get it to harvest, because that was the next goal. That's tricky. That is tricky. Thanks, Brazil. Thank you, Jay Moran. And thank you, Theron, for the Prime subs. Thank you, Horman. Thank you for 2 years. How's it going? And thank you, Chalfez. Thank you for 22 months. And look at that. I'm getting water before I get the horrible breathing sounds. It's a new day. It's a new day. Now, I grew some of these ferns, I replanted them last week, with the goal of getting more seeds, so let's do that. Because one of the things that was mentioned, and is a fair comment about the setup that I've got up there, it was that I missed one of the ones here, didn't I? There we go. I'm potentially creating a situation where I could end up throwing away seeds if things grow, like if something goes wrong in the greenhouse. The Larre will end up planting seeds endlessly while everything dies. Honestly, until I feel like I'm capable of learning how to do, like, scripts across multiple IC10 chips, I don't see a world where I'm going to be able to put the error checking into 128 lines of code. And the error tolerance. So I think, given that limitation, I do need to work out what it is that, what errors I'm willing to accept, and which ones I should focus on trying to make better. Have I learned the recipe for water? Sort of. I'm still figuring out how to finally chop the hydrogen. Not sure I've got the right kind of knife. I have a secondary IC that monitors, alters, shuts down things. Yeah, the Fool, that's probably the most reliable and sensible way of doing that sort of thing. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I was gonna get... I was trying to get the switchgrass seeds too, wasn't I? So that we can grow them. Although I'm increasingly thinking that that entire farm upstairs is going to be ferns so that I can get more oxygen. Because while, yes, the volatiles from the switchgrass are going to be quicker, getting more oxygen when I want to fill my base feels like it's probably going to be more valuable. And I think if I have switchgrass growing, I'm going to need to arrange the farm very differently, because if I can't get the Larry to harvest multiple things at a go, I'm not going to be able to harvest many switchgrass plants before the next one grows up again. Especially when some of these have more than 10 in them. So I just got 150 from all that. I've still got bones on the ground. There you go. That's gonna free up a few shelf spots as that all rots. Yeah, true, Barnaby. I could still use... I could try and figure out Harvey, but Larry's just so much more fun. Yeah, it does automatically move to the hopper if you harvest more than once, but I still need to figure out how to tell it to harvest more than... I have to redo the way that the loop works so that I can tell it to harvest more than once. And then go back to the rest of the cycle, so I kind of have to rewrite my entire harvesting cycle. I think. These all seeds? I should rename these so that the plant doesn't take on all these names. No, they're still growing. So just... I'm gonna be finding ferns on the ground in here for ages. It's weird that they're so tiny. Okay. I will stack in the hand until it can't fit anymore, then it moves that stack to the hopper to continue. Okay. Don't think that changes anything for me, other than it means that the harvesting cycle should be able to... Oh! Oh, that's how I should do it. Oh. So, I should be able to simply go and check for when a plant is at seeding. And if it's at seeding, Larry goes along and harvests until, well, at least in the case of ferns, until the plot is clear. It can then go back to the station, drop everything off, and then continue on. But if we have a look at this, which is what we were trying to work out last time. We didn't have a different growth stage for mature without seeds. It wasn't a different growth stage. It was the same, so there wasn't any way for me to check whether the seeds had been taken and things had been interrupted. Wasn't that the conclusion we came to last week? Thanks, please, to Case. Thanks for the wraps up. Did I decide it doesn't matter though? Because it does matter. Because that was an error check. Basically, if I save the game and Larry's in the process of harvesting the seeds but hasn't finished harvesting the plant, that plant will just sit there and never get harvested. Because it'll never get to seeding. It'll never get to the point of getting seeds. Doesn't seeding go to -1? Ah, Robob, you might be the savior of this situation. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Let's just check. Be in hydroponics. Seeding only has a value of... Doesn't say it has a -1. But then, these don't say the full values, do they? Or are these the number of slots within seeding? What do these numbers mean? I should probably know what these numbers mean. I don't actually know what these numbers mean. I thought I did, but I clearly don't. I very clearly don't. Available on slot 0. Oh, which slots have those variables? Okay. Right. Okay, there's a thing on the hydroponics device on the wiki. Oh, blinding. Seeding. Returns 1 if at least 1 seed can be harvested from the plant, 0 if not, and still in seeding stage, -1 equals not in seeding stage. So it's going to return a -1 if... it's not yet in seeding, so at this growth stage it should still be sending a -1. By the way I read that. Thanks, Simino! Thank you for 1 year. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I am pretty good. Yeah, I think I probably want to do a check of maturity and seeds -1, that therefore harvest. So okay, cool. So we've got a check that should work. Yeah. Thanks, Robob. That's very, very, very helpful and timely information. Do I have to rewrite the whole thing? Ugh. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alright, let's just start from the top and work our way down. So, station for export bin. Is station 38. We got station 1 and station 38. Export station is 1. Seed station is 38. Well, I'm gonna have to redo my code anyway, so that's not new news. I have to redo my code because I'm trying to harvest everything of a plant at once rather than take a little bit, drop it off, take a little bit, drop it off, take a little bit, drop it off, and so on. So I need to redo the harvesting part of the code anyway. But I'm gonna run through my code just so that I remember exactly where I'm at, because obviously it's been a week since I looked at this at least. So running through it and making sure I've got it right is worthwhile. Okay, max stations should be 37 or 38. Why was that 19 before? Shouldn't it have been 20? Oh no, it is 37. Yeah, it is 37 because the seed station is 38. And that's good. Okay, so we load into slot, load into R15, the information from L1 dock 0 occupied. What was this doing? Why did I have this bit at the start? Oh, this is checking whether the hand slot is occupied, or if the hopper slot is occupied, and if not, if they are, then if they aren't, we jump to reset. If they are, we go to the export station, we jump to wait idle, we activate, we sleep. We close the import bin, we jump back to initialize, and we run through. So that's emptying the hand. Cool. I now remember what that is. Is the Larre worker multiple arms on one rail? Is it possible to use multiple arms of the same type as well? Yes. But you need to... The thing that I can't wrap my head around, even in the slightest, is what you do to allow multiple Larrys to be on the same rail and not run into each other. Because if they run into each other, they just stop, from what I understand. So you have to have some checks in place to check that the rail ahead is clear. You basically have to program in your own signaling, effectively. And that gets beyond, like, I can't even think how I would do that in a way that would make it useful. So we reset, we move to station 2, and we close the bin again just to make sure that it's emptying. Then we go to start. So start. O1 dock, go to station, which should start at 2. Because we've moved 2 into the station setting. Wait till it's idle. And then when it gets there, it's checking if it's occupied. If it's occupied, we're going to jump to plant status. This is the stuff that probably needs to be rewritten. So what's happening at plant status? We're checking health. And we're checking if it's seeding. We should also have another check, which would also run to harvesting, if it is... oh yeah, it's literally just... I have to load... This is the only bit that probably needs to be added to make sure that I check for the harvesting bit, which would be load slot into R15. L1 dock. 255, and what we want to check is growth stage? No. What is it? It's just growth. Um, actually, if I load this into 14, seeding is already loaded into 15. Hang on. Yeah. Plant is healthy. Plant is not seeding. So the plant's healthy. The plant is not seeding, so then we move on to here. We want to check then if the growth is at stage... growth. If the growth is at 4, while also seeding is at -1. Check mature first, and increment if not. Check seeding, increment if not, else harvest. No, Barnaby, that's wrong. Growth stage is not, seeding is not all I care about, because there are situations where seeding will be -1 when the plant is still growing. At least by the way that it's phrased on the wiki, which is seeding is -1 if it's not in the seeding stage. Which it can be when it is growing. And I don't want to kill the growing plants. Thanks, Pet Player. Thank you for 15 months. But yeah, I think if I check for health, then check for mature, then check for seeding. Sorry, no. Other way around. Check for mature. Check for health. Check for mature. For health, check for seeding, check for mature. Yeah. Health, seeding, mature. Because need to make sure that it's a healthy plant that's occupying the slot, otherwise we need to clear it. We then check if it's seeding. If it's seeding, we go to harvest it. No, because if it's... And then we need to check mature and seeding. Because I don't just want to harvest stuff that hasn't yet gotten to its seeding state. Alright, Nomus. Here's the dad joke of the morning. I took my wife to an orchard and we stood there staring at trees for more than an hour. Apparently this was not the Apple Watch she was expecting for her birthday. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to do a double check just to make sure that this doesn't get the wrong thing. Seems like you're 2 lines of code away from losing your marbles. And it feels that way. It does feel that way. No, Zoran, the problem is growth stage showed 5 even when the seeds weren't fully ready. And therefore you could try and take seeds from a fully grown plant even before. No, Robob, that's the problem. If I check mature and then and do nothing if it's not, then check for seeding and do nothing if it's 0. Oh, that's why you said 0, not. That you were meaning the literal number. I misunderstood. I misunderstood. Now I see what you mean. So check mature. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. That's why you meaning precisely 0, you weren't just shorthanding, this is nothing. Alright, so. So we want to check mature. And mature should show up as turns 1 if the slot is mature, 0 when it isn't. So. And branch equals 0. We're going to jump to increment. And then if it's at seeding, yep. We're going to go again if seeding is 0. We'll go in R15. We'll go again on to R15 increment. And then otherwise we jump to harvesting. Yeah. Okay. Let me just run through this again. So we have a plant, it's healthy. Which means we continue on. It is mature. And it has had its seeds harvested. So mature will be 1, seeding will be -1. So mature is 1, which means it's not 0, which means we continue. Seeding is -1, which means it's not 0, or it has seeds, which means it's 1, which means it's not 0, so we go to harvesting, and then we can harvest it. Yeah. Apparently, Space Monkey, the Larry can create a stack in the hand. Not just in the hopper. So it'll grab the seed will go into the hopper, and then it'll keep grabbing, and the hand stack will get bigger, and then it can drop the hand stack over at the drop-off point. I wasn't aware of that either until just this morning, so you're not alone, Space Monkey, because I was thinking last week that I was going to have to harvest the seed, go back, drop it off, then go harvest the plants. In order to make this work nicely, but apparently I don't have to, so we'll test, but maybe it'll be okay. So harvesting should be a simpler process if I do it this way, because we're just going to do an activate, a check to see whether the particular planter is empty, and keep harvesting until it is empty. For those wondering about Archean later, I was thinking about it a lot this week, and it's honestly, it's reached a point where I don't have anything else I can do that's within my skill set. I've sent the save to Wasted in case he wants to keep messing around with the scripts and stuff, but I was finding myself increasingly kind of just standing around and annoying Wasted. Trying to get him to do stuff. Because I didn't have anything else I could do. My hope is that once it gets to the point of having an actual survival mode where you need to be more regularly collecting resources, where you're not just collecting it once and done forever, Yeah, I was being his Capac. Yeah, and I don't want to be Capac. So yeah, it's a fun game. I just, after how many hours I've played of Archean? It's quite a few. Yeah, after 68 hours with a game that doesn't have a proper survival mode, I've gotten bored. Or I've run out of things to do. So I decided that I would be better spending that time on other things. And those other things are looking for more games for Wasted and I to play together. That's what I want to do. I really enjoy playing games like that with Wasted, and it was a tough call for me to make, to be like, actually, I'm not doing anything. Yeah. So yeah, that's where I got with Archean. It had reached a point of beyond my skill set. So, harvesting. We are currently at the particular station, so we want to activate sleep 2, because we've already checked that this slot had something in it, and then we want to check it. So we want to load slot, just keep using R15, L1 dock, 255 occupied. Now this is going to work for the ferns, but if I use occupied, it's not going to work for switchgrass, because switchgrass or any other perennial will remain occupied. So maybe I should try and find something that will work for both types, not just... Or actually, no, I think I have to have a separate perennial versus... let's call it annual, just because it's... you know what I mean? Perennial versus annual plant. Because they're going to be looking for different things. Unless I look for the specific growth stage. Honestly, Krasil, Ale and Tail, I'm not a fan. It lacks game. It's a toy. It's lacking a game. Wouldn't mature work? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, mature would work, wouldn't it? You're right, Kazune. Or Kazune? Yeah, if matures... Yeah, because we harvest once, which means no matter what, the seed will be gone. So then we can check mature. Yeah. Yeah. And if mature is 0, we jump to increment. If mature is not, we jump back to harvesting. Yeah, what happens with mature if it's empty? Yeah. That sounds ridiculously complicated, Shadow Drake, so that's why. Oh, actually, no, I've just read the rest of it. Why not make yeah. It still sounds complicated. Okay. So yeah, if I check occupied first, and if occupied's fine, check mature. Yeah, yeah, that sounds less error prone. So we check if it's occupied. If occupied is 0, we go to planting. Yeah, mature on the wiki just says 0 if mature, 1, sorry, 0 if not, 1 if yes. Which doesn't cover an unoccupied slot. Oh yeah, go to empty hand. Good point. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Sorry. Do I have an empty hand? Point. No. I think I need to create a new loop, new section for that. So we'll do that. This whole bit I think is going. Is there anything here? Mature check. Yeah, let's get rid of all this. This is slow. Okay. So let's create a deposit harvest. The deposit harvest will be set L1 dock to setting import bin, which is the export station, which I have unfortunately named the opposite way round. Oops. So we activate the thing, it harvests, it turns out that the slot is no longer occupied, which gives us a 0, so we go to deposit harvest. If it is not a 0, we check if it's mature, and if it is mature, we go... Yeah, I could do it this way. I'm sticking with the branching because it just makes it easier for me to read this at the moment. That doesn't need to be a 14. This goes to... So if it's 0, which means it's not mature, we go to deposit harvest. Otherwise, we jump to harvesting. Thanks, Beldenek! Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. With the bonus extra one. Because Twitch is doing its random bonus extra things. Are you a lunatic dog? I think you are. Kind of look a bit like a bat the way you're lying down there. Charlie was ridiculous yesterday. It was raining all day. Like, it just did not stop. So every day every afternoon I take Toby and Charlie for a walk. I put Toby in a hiking backpack that's made for kids. And then I walk with Charlie because having him in the backpack means that I get 2 free hands to control the house horse. And with it being constantly raining, there was no break. Because normally what I do if it's raining, there's usually enough of a break. If I look at the rain radar, I can go, oh yeah, I reckon I've got 20 minutes. I reckon I've got half an hour. I'll take them out during that. But it was constant. There was no break at all. So I jerry-rigged an umbrella to Toby's backpack and put my raincoat on. We went out, and Charlie got out in the rain and was like, ew. Ew. She had like the lightly walking on the ground, just that kind of scrunched up posture of, and ears down going like, what are you doing? Why am I out in this? Which is ridiculous for a dog as normally tough as she is. Thanks, Mr. Coleman. Thank you for the bits. All right. So, cool. So this should just loop round. Do I want to have a yield in this before we get to there? I don't think I need to. I think that should be fine. So that just loops until we either have unoccupied or not mature. So those are the 2 exit points, which both go to deposit harvest. So this needs to be a jump out to wait idle. JAL wait idle. And then set L1 dock activate 1 sleep 2. And then we need to check the hand. So I need to load slot R15. And do that all at the top here. So I've basically just got to copy this bit. Actually, I could probably jump to initialize, couldn't I? No, because that's going to mess with the station number, so I need to redo this bit. I can just copy it. Line by line. There is a... Wait, is there no... Oh, yeah, of course, Daz. I do just need to empty the hand twice. Ah. You're right, because they can't have more than 2 emptyings. You're absolutely right. Sleep 2, then we need to do the closing of the thing. Import bin, that's the one. So we close the import bin, then we set L1 dock, activate 1, sleep 2, open 0. Yeah. Yeah, Daz, I think you're right. I think while this is potentially slightly inefficient in that it will every single time do this twice, the fact that, yeah, I think for the sake of simplicity, it makes a lot of sense. 1 second. The lunatic wants to go outside and knows how to make the noisy beep. Don't you? Don't you? And I've got to check to make sure Toby's not outside so you don't go bowling him over. 1 sec. I'll be right back. Yeah. No.
Hunger caution.
Okay. The lunatic, you keep Capac in the shed. I mean, there is a reason I can relate very well to the movie Shaun of the Dead. Vlad, unfortunately, mentioned it earlier, I won't be doing Archean again. I reached a point where I was not doing anything. Hunger's fine. It's at 28%. It's all good. Need a Larry in the shed for Charlie. Ooh. Actually, just let me finish this, and then there's something I want to talk about with relation to Larry's in the shed. Which sounds really weird, but it'll make sense. So we deposit the harvest, which is activate the hand, wait for the hand to have been activated, close the import bin, activate the hand again, wait for it to be in to actually do the thing, close the import bin, and then we jump to increment. And that's it. Huh. Is that it? Is that everything? I think that's everything. Oh, the planting's already there. Oh yeah, I don't want to jump to increment, I want to jump to planting, don't I? I want to jump to start. I'll jump to start, that's what I'll do. If I jump to start, it'll check, it'll go back to that slot, check if it's occupied. If it's occupied, if it's not occupied, go get a seed and plant it. I know that's not super efficient because, in theory, I should be able to know if that slot is occupied already. Ooh. If I load this into its own register and keep this value, I can know if that's occupied and then decide if I'm going to go to increment or if I'm going to go to planting. Because I've already loaded that previously. Thanks, Throlland. Thank you for the Prime sub. No new AA videos are coming soon because, as mentioned at the end of the last AA video, AA will return after Wrong Way Out. And Wrong Way Out is going to be a live stream series which will be starting in October and will run for an unknown amount of time. And when that finishes, then we'll go back to AA. I will have other videos in the interim, but no AA until then. And yes, the Wrong Way Out streams will be on my main channel on YouTube. So what do I want to call this? I could just go like R12 since I'm not using R12, but I want to kind of give this a name that's useful. Alias planted. Yeah, we'll go that. Where was I? Where was I? Here it was. Let's let planted. Okay, so we've got planted. That way we know what the last in planted will be the occupied status of the last checked bit. So. So we close the bin. Then we want to... So planted is my occupied. So occupied would be 1 if yes, 0 if no. So yeah, planted. So if it's 0, we want to jump to plant seed. Yeah. And if it's not 0, we want to jump to... Where? Oh yeah, this needs to change to planted, doesn't it? Thank you. And if it's occupied, we want to just jump to increment. Yeah. Cool. That should make that much nicer. Because I think if I just went through doing the whole lot again, I think that's a lot of inefficiency because that's a lot of waiting. Now plant seed, does plant seed have a wait idle? Oh yeah, because it goes straight to the seed station, so that's good. So go to the seed station, yep. Okay, that's fine. And increment should be fine as well, because increment adds the station and then checks the hand, which probably isn't necessary for this, but we'll leave it because it's a safety check. And then goes to, yeah, cool. Alright. I think it's possible this could work. Yeah. So let's go to library and we're going to create new. This is going to be newest Larry. Because I'm doing great job with naming things. Larry to harvest multiple at once. Okay. Cool.
Hydration critical.
Wait, can I edit the name of this? Oh, I should have called that newer, so I had newest, and then I could have newester and newestest. Okay, cool. Confirm. And we should be able to export. Grab that. Pop it in there. Let's go get some food and water. Basically, I would use the super hexagon naming scheme. Also, my water is out. I really do need to set up a proper water thing from my main water tank. Still got a little bit of water over there, so I've got some emergency. It's gonna be okay. How do I have so many cans of food? I started with those cans of food. No, I bought some of these. I bought some of these. I bought them, yeah. Because I wasn't sure when I was going to be able to get a farm up and running. I bought food to make sure I had a food stock, and I've never had to really get into it. Okay. I'm excited. Let's see what Larry does. Errors, straight away. I know why. Because I haven't set up the things, the slots. So what is it expecting on which one? Dock is device 0. Larry dock. Export bin. Oops. Import bin. This is a bit awkward, having this underneath the thing. Okay, now it should be happy. Nope. What have I done? What have I done? Line number 29. Oh. Oh. Why? Why isn't it going to station 2 before it... Because it's checking occupied on there, and that's... Oh, that's why. Why are you trying to plant in an occupied slot? Oh, it's harvesting. What? No, that's wrong. Was going okay for a minute there, but it's doing wrong things now. Use the jetpack. So, it didn't empty the hand properly. It went here, it dropped off, but it only did a single drop off before it gave up. So I think I should run a full check hand, not just do it, because it's not working properly. So instead of doing this, I'm going to run a full check. No, I'm not missing a sleep, but I think I should just run a check. Make sure it actually works properly. Oh, do you reckon there needs to be a yield after this? Possible. Oh, it takes time to move from the hopper to the hand slot, and so... I know that my existing code worked, so I'm going to switch to it. I'm going to switch to my check proper thing, because it does work. This would be branch equals 0. R13 increment. So go to export station, wait till idle, come back, check if occupied, check if occupied. If both are 0, go to increment. If not, activate, sleep, set implement, and jump back up to the top. Wait, I just did that wrong. Dang it! No, why is there no undo? No! I deleted stuff I didn't want to. I'm gonna load from the library and redo that bit. Just did it wrong. Ah. Oh yeah, cancel would be undo, yeah, true. True. Alright. So planted is still fine. I was fine. I'm an idiot. That was perfectly fine. Everything I'd done was fine. It's... Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this. We'll run through that, and then we're gonna do the occupied check. And in this case, we're not going to do branch if equal to 0. We're going to continue if it's 0. Branch. Is there a branch not equal to 0? Is that branch not equal to 0? Branch 2, line B, if A does not equal 0. Cool. So if A does not equal 0, jump to deposit harvest. If it does equal 0, we'll continue, and then if planted equals 0, we'll jump to plant seed. If plant does not equal 0, we'll jump to increment. And that'll again that has a wait idle in it. So that should hopefully... That should hopefully work a bit more reliably. Okay. Confirm. Wait idle has a sleep in it, so anytime... So this wait idle comes after the import bin opening, so that has a yield in it anyway. Does? Or a 2-tick yield. So that's why I didn't add an extra one, because I knew one was already there because of this being up the top. Okay, export. Let's chuck this in and see what happens. It's going to plant, hopefully. Because that slot's empty. Now I'll check this one. Harvest the seed. Harvest the first plant bit. Harvest the next bit. Let's see if it drops off properly. Yay! Now it's going to go and grab a seed, which I know makes not a lot of sense considering I just dropped off a seed, but this is for resiliency. And it plants. Now I need to wait for it to get all the way around through all of these plants to get back to this one, which has had its seed harvested. Actually, I'm going to harvest the seed of this one and see what happens. This is looking good. And then we'll see what happens with the next plant. What? It skipped it? Uh-oh. That's not how that's supposed to be. Why did it skip it? Okay. So we go to start, we check if it's occupied, then we jump to plant status. Health was fine. It was mature. But it was not seeding. But it should have been a seeding -1, which is not 0. Therefore, it should have jumped to harvesting. So I guess seeding is not -1. Where? So that doesn't work. Dang. I don't think you can check the value with the tablet, at least not on these ones. I got one here that is this one. Does this give me I need a separate thing for a slot reader, don't I? This doesn't give me any of that info. I didn't want to have to set up a full thing. This feels a bit like an oversight that we don't have a state check for this. Yeah, there really should be a tablet chip that you can put in to read the information from these so that you can know what they all mean. Alright. Set up... Did I have a spare IC housing? Around here? I'm gonna have to go get one. I'm gonna have to go get one. So I got this chip. I can get on IC housing and I can just read... We can load the slot data into various things and then have a look at what the thing tells me. Alright. Oh. We have bits of fern appearing. Of course we do. The reason I'm not doing the logic IO slot reader blah 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 is because I need an IC housing anyway. These are things I need to build for the next set, so I'm actually being efficient. Weirdly. No, the configuration card did not give me the information I needed. It should do once I've got the IC housing actually loading the slot data that I need. Or at least I can just set DB to it. Just what my plan was. Serial, there have been no explosions. There is an error-prone but otherwise functional Larre operating though. If I slap this down here, I'll do. Oh wait, that's gonna make my life easier. Yep. Okay, so device 0, hydroponics device 11. So this is growth stage 0. Yeah, sure. Device 0. So we want to load slot, and we want to check seeding. Wait, what? What am I doing? No. Ah. That's what we want. So load slot, enter growth stage. I'm going to get rid of this growth stage bit because that's actually making this more confusing. We're just going to go R0. We're going to go R0. So we're going to get from device 0, slot 0, seeding, and we're going to put that to the DB thing. So it should, if I just mouse over this, tell me the state. And the state is 0, not -1. So harvested the seeds is 0. So that's where it's creating problems. So I need to find something about this state that is unique to this state so that I can check for it. Is it just growth? Yeah. Five. Which is mature with seeds, it's the same. So the other thing we could do is, as being suggested, grab the seeds, harvest, plant, and then if I... Hydroponics device 2. State is 1. Oh no, I did check seeding, that's right. What does seeding read? State is -1. Oh! Oh! Well, that's different to what I was expecting. If it's not at seeding yet, it'll be -1. So my check that I want to do is, yes, okay. So let's get down to it. Where am I checking seeding? So, I want this to be... I want this to go to increment, but only if R15 equals -1. Yeah. Branch equal R15. Oh, no. Branch not equal. Not equal? Yeah. Branch not equal. A does not equal B. -1. No, branch equal. So if seeding equals -1, go to increment. Otherwise, harvest. Yeah. 1 second. Charlie's decided she wants back in again, even though she was the one who closed the door in the first place. What are you doing? Things were not the way you imagined them to be when you left, were they? No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Good thing you're cute, dog. It's a good thing you're cute. Nope, we don't have to wait an hour for the plants to grow, because I've got existing plants that test this. 2 of them, in fact. Okay. Increment. Oh. Export. No, I need the chip. Gimme, 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 gimme. Export. Okay, so the first plant is one of these plants. Let's see what happens. It's harvesting it! It's harvesting this one. And it's then gonna slowly plant out the others. Now, let's just check one last time. So the reason that we don't need to worry about whether it's at the seeding stage but hasn't yet got seeds is... Actually, no, that could be a problem. Would that be a problem? It could. Hang on. No. plant, let's imagine a plant at seeding stage, but without having seeded yet. So that will be a mature plant. So I want this to branch to increment if it is -1 or 0. No, 0 was the problem. Because -1 is effectively checking mature again. It's not doing anything. So, seeding -1 is it's growing, but it doesn't currently have, it's not currently at seeding stage. So this plant here that's little is seeding -1. Seeding 0 is it has reached the seeding stage, but has not yet grown a seed. Seeding 1 was seeding 0 is it's reached that stage, but it does not have a seed, wasn't it? Driving towards seeding is seeding -1? I need to test it. Yeah, I do need to test it. Just gonna harvest these ones, get them out of the way. If it stays -1 until it's physically harvestable, then that's perfect, because we then have the value I needed all along. If it doesn't, and it changes to 0 when it's at seeding, and he's thriving towards seeding, then... Oy, then it gets so horrible. I'm going to guess that it is going to stay at -1. But I need now the plants to actually grow. Because I can't test it until these have grown. Which is annoying. Whoops. I guess I'll plant those now then. So I don't have any way to speed this up. Just clearing out these ones. Because these ones are my test beds, so if I clear them out and regrow them with staggering, hopefully I can have a much higher chance of capturing it at the time when it's ready, so I can plug in the right one and check its slot data. Because what I've checked so far for the seeding state is I have checked what seeding reads when the plant is not yet mature, which is -1. I have checked what it shows when a plant has a seed ready to go, which is 1. And I have checked what it has when a plant has had its seed taken away after it's grown it, which is 0. What I don't know is what it shows, and I know people in chat have said what they believe the value to be, but we've already seen that that can easily be wrong because it's convoluted, to say the least. We haven't seen what it shows, and I haven't been able to show on stream what it shows when the plant is thriving to seeding or growing the seed before it's gotten to a harvestable point. So I need to check that. No, Zoron, reading downstairs with a Larry would be awfully time-consuming. If I was going to read anything with a Larry, it would be these ones, but I think I've just got to walk away, sort out my water situation, and come back and see where this is at that point. Also, let's save some seeds. We know the planting works. That way I've got even more seeds in the backlog, so that's less likely to be a problem. Alright. Let's go sort out my water situation. So what I need to do is realistically move these not in here. Or pipe this pipe all the way through until it's connected up to these. But that means getting the pipes through the airlock, which is going to be not fun. So I think what I probably is what's going to be the best and easiest solution is really just move the water and fridge and oven into here with the eventual plan to knock out this wall and extend out that way. But I don't need to do that yet. So I'm going to need more liquid pipes. That's not true, Space Monkey. It is... growing a seed is actually a relatively long stage. But I suppose I could make it check this automagically. So it wouldn't be missed. So 5 is mature with seeds, growing towards seeding is 4. So we... load slot. Start. Growth. Stage. No, growth. So when growth... branch equal... branch less than? Yeah. Branch line C if A is greater than A is less than B. R0 is less than 4. Jump to start. We will start with a yield. And if not, load slot. By 0, 0, we want seeding. And then we write that to the thing. Let's just check, make sure this makes sense. So we load the growth state. If the growth state is not 4, Jump back to start. Keep checking. Keep checking. Keep checking. Keep checking. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. And then once it reaches 4, immediately read the seeding value. In fact, check the seeding value and then write that. Yeah. That should work. I think. LGTM? What? What is LGTM? I have no idea what that means. Oh, looks good to me. I was thinking it was code, not shorthand. I just... There you go. It's reading state 99. Cool. Alright, let's go sort out this water. Lend goat to me. Goat's cheese. These are frames on the other side, so this should be fine. Magnetise, no. I think I'm... I feel like I'm at the... Once we've got this value and we know how to manipulate, this is the last barrier. This is the last Larre barrier. As far as I can tell. I mean, I'm sure there might be some others we run into, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the last one. The next, as soon as this is sorted, I'm able to then get, the whatchamacallits. I then start moving on to how do I convert this stuff into usable... into something usable. Generating water. Yeah, it's actually should be fairly close. Now, oh, I've got the. Oh, I wonder when that happened. Did I accidentally click that? Well, yes, the last Larre barrier until they update it again and break all my code. Because that's true. I had a functional Larre based on the old setup. It was perfectly functional. It would have been fine. And then they went and changed the whole thing. Well, I think I've got adequate power to my base at the moment. Yeah, I'm getting power to the water filler. I'm going to collect something that I need to make that easier to do. I'm just trying to remember where on earth I put it. I'm looking for my, meson scanner thing so I can scan for the power cables. But I don't remember where I left it. Has anyone got any ideas? In the Atmo room? Maybe? Yes! Should probably keep that in my suit slot. Although that's where I've been keeping my disc and backup thing. It's fine. It's time to make a toolbox? Maybe. Alright, so... this should be fine running off the lights circuit. So I should just be able to drop from there, come around. I don't think this needs to run off an independent circuit. Because the other circuits are all going to lights anyway. Everything runs to lights. Doesn't matter. Okay, fine. That's what we'll do then. This is the best thing for not having to take out walls. I love it. Hooray! There we go. Water is no longer going to be a problem. That is fantastic.
Hunger caution.
Well, at least drinking water will become a problem at the same time as all other water. It's probably a more accurate way of saying that. Jason Beast, unfortunately, growth level 5 is not affected by harvesting the seeds. That's what we tested previously. Growth level 5 will remain even when you take the seeds away, which is why I couldn't use that. It was the hope last week that that's what we could do, but it unfortunately doesn't work. Thrive faster! Stupid plant. Ugh. Okay, so where am I at? I, at this stage, have got a lot of ferns which are going to rot. Thanks, Leather Boy. Thank you for the Charlie treats. Right. So we weren't gonna do... I wasn't gonna do composting immediately. I was going to use the other method for getting volatiles out of plants initially to build up my water supply to the point that then I could do composting, because then composting was different, and so I wanted to do it. So how do I turn this into volatiles? Without using the composter. What's the other technique? Do I just throw it in the furnace and it becomes... volatiles? Or do I have to do some other processing to it first? Is it the centrifuge? Oh, okay, so I have to build a new centrifuge. Because my current centrifuge is not in its own little gas room, so I can't off-gas stuff with it. So I need to create a little room downstairs in the centrifuge area so I can pull the gas out. What? Volatile off-gassing happens in the furnace. So what happens if I put this into the thingy? The centrifuge. What do I get out? Is this just how I get biomass by putting it through here? And it's the biomass that needs to go into things. So I need to shove all of this stuff through to get all the biomass out. Okay. What's the worst that could happen? I think this is full, or it's not accepting more. Oh no, it's processing some more. If I want to have multiple centrifuges running, do I need to basically, I'm going to need to split everything after the recycler so that some of it goes to one and some of it goes to other to try and divide it up, aren't I? Alright, we can do that. I've got enough knowledge of how chutes work now, surely? Flip-flop splitter. Make another centrifuge. Alright, let's go make another centrifuge. This is slow. It's so slow. Where is centrifuge made? What a lathe. Yeah, Lazy Chair, it has certain complexities that are significantly more than Space Engineers, but it also, the thing that I really like about Stationeers and that I think has helped me get much further with writing code than any other game is, at least for the way I think, it makes it much easier to come up with really tightly controlled goals. So instead of having the Space Engineers coding side of things, which can be daunting because even doing the most basic stuff is difficult, Stationeers makes doing the basic stuff easy enough that you learn how to do that you can then learn a little bit more to do a little bit more complicated, and then a little bit more to do the next bit. It kind of, the gradual increase in difficulty, for me at least, has worked out really well to make it something I can actually achieve complex stuff with. I don't know if that's true for everyone, but it's very true for me. Whereas trying to code anything in Space Engineers has been nigh on impossible for me most of the time. C-sharp's just too big a barrier, and too big a barrier even for the most simple of things. Right. Okay, so menu off. Break the chute. Actually, what way did the flip-flop work? So I probably want to break the first one. Stop moving me. There we go. Yeah, giving me really simple little
Waste tank caution.
guidance on what I can do next by giving me survival goals to work towards and all that sort of stuff has helped immensely. Whereas trying to come up with simple goals in Space Engineers was that I could use the programmable block for was tricky. Very tricky. Because even my simple, let's increment the value of an antenna to create a rudimentary NPC that attacks for a while and then relaxes and then attacks for a while and then relaxes. Trying to do that took me several days. And the help of someone to actually get working eventually. It just was... I found it so hard to work. Especially when compared to what we do here. Just because it felt like I needed to know so much just to be able to do something so simple. Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Robob. That's exactly where I came to with it, which is... I mean, the syntax is hard for me, but you seem to need a greater baseline amount of knowledge to get it to do anything than what you need to get MIPS to do something. MIPS will do something even when you know very, very little. But C# doesn't seem to want to do anything until you know enough to make it to do all the things. And yeah, having no in-game documentation is also an added challenge. But yeah, that's been my experience of it. I find the syntax of every single object-oriented programming thing that I've ever looked at mind-bendingly hard. I know I'm not normal with that, but I find it mind-bendingly weird and frustrating to work out the syntax of any of those things. But for some reason, MIPS, it's like, I need this piece of information. I tell it this piece of information. It then does this. Thanks, Sixfold. Thank you for the Prime sub. Okay, so we've got a little bit of biomass already from this one, so I can probably just pop that out. And we can work with that and test what it gives me. Yeah, Jason, that's a nice succinct way of saying what I was trying to say, which is the barrier of admission is too high. So, this brings me back to the thing that I didn't say earlier, which I wanted to talk about, which is that I think I have access to some stuff that would allow me to come up with some things to do that might allow me to learn some more outside of the MIPS Stationeers environment. So the Larre arm and the programming for this and kind of enjoying that has made me wonder and want to take a proper look at the old Lego robotics programming language as another step to me learning some more, because I've actually got one of the Lego robotics kits. So I kind of wanted to mess with that in the coming time frame. I think it is similar to Visual Basic, yeah. The Mindstorm stuff. I'm not certain, I've never actually looked at it, but I believe it is. I don't have any way with the arc furnace to test what gases have come out of it, so that doesn't work. Um... What am I doing? I'm getting food and water. That's what I'm doing. Food, water. Then we'll check the thing. Now, if I drink first and then eat some other food, my hydration should stay high. What's my next best food? Is it the cereal bars or is it the canned stuff? Oh, whatever. May as well eat through some of my food rather than going out and buying some eggs. Yucky. So we have an empty thing. Let's put the Atmos analyzer in. Advanced furnace. Yep, getting nothing. Let's put this in. Where'd that go? What? What just happened? What? What? Where'd my biomass go? Why? What? Advanced furnace is empty. Where did it go? What the? I presume it is in the chute, yeah. But why? Shouldn't I have accepted that? No, it's gone. Did the game just delete it? I feel like the game's just deleted it. That's a... That's an unexpected... frustrating bug. What the heck? Wait, oh, wait, it's over here? How did it end up over here? Okay, we have 5 biomass in there. We have an empty furnace. Need to put a little bit of warmth in there so it processes. Now we got 5 grams of charcoal and we have 40 moles of volatiles. Now, if I pump these volatiles through, am I going to be pumping it into an oxygen-rich environment? Don't think I think I fixed that, but I want to check. The tank just has CO2. I think... Yep, that's the brown pipe. Which comes out here. Which still just has CO2. And it does join with the oxygen one. So that's the one that comes from them. So this there could be oxygen coming through here. Ah, nuts. I've got some more to cool it down. Yeah, that's potentially a solid solution. So the volatiles get pulled off. Actually, it doesn't matter if it reacts with the oxygen, as long as it's not reacting too much, because shouldn't that produce some water? Or does it have to do it in a combustion thing for that to work? Yeah, I think, yeah, I've got I changed it so the volatiles come off first. So as long as this thing's mostly empty, which it is most of the time, it should be okay. And the volatiles should come out and then get converted into water because that's already working. But I do want to make sure if I'm going to empty the thing out, I do it with it being as cold as possible, which means I probably shouldn't do it in my hot furnace. I should do it in my Venusian air furnace. Because that'll take less work to cool, less material to cool down. Yes, true. I fixed the pollutant in the cold pipe. That's what I fixed. That's right. But if it's cold enough, it should be okay. Because it then shouldn't combust. How much we got? 26 biomass in there. We got 48 in here, so yeah, let's pop them out. What else is this going to pop out? It's going to pop out a bunch of other random stuff, which I'll have to process. I guess the other thing I could do to make it so that the volatiles don't combust is just pump through a whole lot of other stuff. Like, just fill it up with a whole bunch of other material. So, effectively buffer the volatiles against other things. So, for example, if I'm using this furnace here, which uses outside air, if I've got a couple of moles of volatiles, but then I pump this furnace full of pollutant and carbon dioxide, then when it gets into the mixing chamber, there's not going to be enough volatiles contacting enough oxygen for them to actually ignite, so the volatiles will be able to be pulled off before anything happens. No, and as I understand it, you need a minimum volume, a minimum percentage. I freaked out for a second then, because everything went grayscale. I'm like, uh-oh, am I passing out? I'm pretty sure you do need to have a minimum percentage for them to ignite. Really? I swear I've had them sitting there and not combusting in higher, like, in those sorts of situations. Like, this nitrous isn't combusting. It definitely should be with the volatile, is there? Or is it combusting? Maybe it is slowly working down. How convenient. A test to prove I'm wrong straight away. I was looking at the liquid, not the gas. There should be ratios, Mr. Coleman. There should be. I don't know if there are, but there should be. Maybe that's why I'm getting confused. Because you should need a minimum. So that's saying biomass still, which means it hasn't all off-gassed. So I need to add a little bit more heat to the system. I mean, 632 moles of volatiles. That's not bad. Suppose it's all about how quickly I can actually get this stuff. This should have all off-gassed, actually. Oh no, now it's charcoal. Yep. Okay, so let's pop out the charcoal. Now I think you can cheese this. I think if I throw that back through... Oh, no, it turns into carbon. Did not realize that was another state. Today I learned a thing. Here we go. There's oxygen and volatiles and they're not combusting. The temperature is high enough for it. Or is it 500 for the auto combustion? So if I hit the activate, that'll burn then, yeah? And it does. Ah, there we go. That'd be where I've gotten these confused in my head with reality versus game. Right, so does the carbon do the cheesy? So we've got a temperature of 612 Kelvin. If I put 50 charcoal through... Nope. Probably has to be ingots. What am I going to do with this carbon? I guess I don't need to mine coal for making steel. Because it's 1-for-1 for coal, right? Yeah, okay. I guess we get this gas out and we see if any of it turns up in the filtered line. I'll just leave that running for a bit. Let's go check. So, we should start seeing a little bit of volatiles building up, which will then be reacted against my excess oxygen. As long as I have excess oxygen. Yes, I do. I have a lot of oxygen. And create water. Because down here, should now have the water machine working properly. The cheese is off-gas the biomass, but not be hot enough to turn it to charcoal. Then take out the biomass you off-gas, then rerun it through the recycler and centrifuge in that bio... Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want to do that, cheese. Yeah, we've got gases going into the water maker again. So more water. Cool. Yay. I finally made my own water. It is slow, and I much prefer the idea of using composters, but it is working. Do I have enough cooling for the water machine? Yes, the water machine's actually been running for a long while, so I should have enough for it. It should be okay. Since I've got chutes, let's do this. Give myself a little bit of backlog space. I can clean up a little bit of this on the floor. There we go. Floor in here is tidy. Our question is, has the fern grown? Yes. Let's go check. Turn off the pump. Let's go check on it. Yeah, Shadow Drake, I think we determined I was probably a little too tight on water to do the composter yet, and I was going to try and make water in the main atmospheric filtering room to see what was going on there. Thriving towards seeding, and it says -1. Okay. There we go. Confirmation that Grunt Blender was correct. Wrong plot. Oh. What? Oh, no, it's confirmation anyway. Because this is now grown to seeds, but it still says -1 because remember we exited the loop. So, what I should do quickly, just to make sure that we're not reliant on my coding being correct, is this. -1. Driving towards seeding. There we go. Okay, so let's just check that my code works with -1 being the value that I now understand it to be. Where was that? Harvesting. Wasn't it? No, here. Plant status. So if it's at seeding and it's -1, we want it to go to increment. If it's not at -1, we want it to go to harvest. Yep. Larre is working. I'm just gonna... I don't remember whether I changed anything. I can just turn it on. Larre can do its thing. There we go. skip the first one because it was just thriving towards seeding. And it's going to be harvesting. Awesome. Now, what happens if I put ferns into the recycler? Like ferns rather than waste food? It should turn them into biomass. It's the same thing. Cool. So what that means is I now need a way to get this chute all the way to my recycling room. Or run a Larre there. That's really awesome that this is just working. I also should probably build the other copies of this so that I've got everything harvesting and going nuts. Library. Newest Larre. Save. Overwrite. Are you sure you want to overwrite this script with the data you have on the computer screen? This will replace what is on your computer screen? Doesn't seem right. That is the save symbol, though. Alright, cool. Shoot or Larre. Shoot or Larre. I kind of like the idea of having a Larre. But it also feels like it might be a lot more expensive to build. I need a stacker here. That's what I need. Have I got an extra stacker? Yes. I've got the sorter, and then I need a stacker. For that, then we need a... I'll need to do a powered thing and other stuff. I'll just leave that like that. Stack 2. How high do ferns go? 100? Yep. Yeah, there's the Larre airlock thingy, which I'm kind of... I think would be fun to figure out. I think that could be interesting to... Actually, let me say it differently. I think it'll be really cool to have a cargo Larre running through the base. Just for the sake of having more movement going on when I'm moving around. And there are rails that go in all different directions, so you can twist it round, it can do all sorts of stuff. The Larre rails are actually pretty flexible. Like, I should be able to have the Larre drop over this edge and go along the roof and then go through and then we can have a separate Larre airlock or something. Yeah. Alright, I'll be back in a second. I just need to take a quick bio break. Oh, the frame rate drop horribly at the end of that? Or was it just what I was seeing? It seemed okay. It did? I don't know why that's happening lately. I can't seem to figure it out. It was stuttering, it paused. Right. Yeah. Part of me wonders if it's the, I don't know why it does it. I was starting to wonder if it was my GPU being overloaded or something. But I'm really not sure. Oh, I love that this is working. So, there are a couple of things I need to do. I need to build the second Larre and get it operating as well, so that I've got another whole bunch of ferns growing up here, and a whole bunch of oxygen being generated. And then we can start working on the cargo one. So I think getting the cargo set up before I've actually got the harvest and system set up is probably not worth it. Let's just harvest these. I don't need to worry about waiting for the plants. I'm thinking what I will do is actually still use the hydroponics devices, even though I don't need them. But we need to come back to this one. Oh wait, no, they're just a variant. Never mind. I thought it was a different thing. Ignore me. I am going to get rid of them. Make it all identical. God, it was just a variant. Okay, I've gone not far enough. One more. Hey, City Clone. How many more of these am I going to need? This is so good. This is a much bigger farm than I was expecting. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more. Alright. Do I have those lying around anywhere? I don't think I do. Because I think I placed down all the ones I had. What does the different colored smile faces on the Larry mean? It's the state of the plant below the Larry at the time it goes over it. Provides some information, and I don't know exactly what it means, but if it's smiley and happy, it usually means it's ready to harvest. I think. Don't have any hydroponics trays up there? No. Let's make 10. Awesome. Yeah, I probably want to print a whole bunch of Larry rail while I'm... Like, I can walk away and do that. But I might just wait, because I don't want to... Because yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'll do that when I'm ready for it. What else do I need here? I think I needed electronic parts for the Larry. I've got grow lights. I'll just go up and see. You hate looking at the fans of the printers? Yeah, I don't think you're alone on that. The fans with their inconsistent spin speeds that kind of look like they might be broken. Alright, so I need to remove these bits of pipe. And it just hooked up down the far end. I think it was my intended plan. Yep. Cool. Plant is ready. Let's get those ferns and I'll just place them. I'll just plant the ferns for now. Get these started. Oh, I am too short. Oh, what? Nah. I measured it. Measured. Again, I still got it wrong. Still got it wrong. I'll plant these ferns, and then I'll go grab the other 2 hydroponics that I need. Excellent. Alright, so what do I actually need to finish off this? What does that want to be finished? Yeah, wants 2 electronic parts. So I need 2 electronic parts for that. I need more rail. Obviously I need to remove the rail that's currently here because it's in the wrong spot. I need to remove the grow lights as well. So I might do this. Just get rid of all that for now. Okay. I can do stations, and there'll be one more, because there'll be one more hydroponics. This will give me an idea of how much more I need. This should be fairly quick for me to put together, given that it is just copying the other existing setup. Oops. Not too far. Oh dear, I planted the... I need to get the lights in quickly. Because I've got plants that aren't getting any light. And they may die. I got 5 grow lights and I need 3, so that's perfectly fine. Where's the wall piece around here? There it is. Goes there, then we go grow light. Like so. Oops. And this one. Another grow light, which this time was in the middle. This one's off the edge. That, once powered up, should be good. Let's just check and make sure that these are correct. I have lined them up, given that I've misaligned before and misread. That looks good. Yep, they look good. Cool. Now, where am I plugged in? I'm plugged in at the ceiling. Okay, so we'll get rid of most of this cabling here then. Uh-oh. Why did the lights turn off? What? No! Is that really the only place I was connected to those? Oh, that's... Oh! Oh, I think that's actually the... Never mind. That's the bit I can get rid of. There we go. That was the cabling to downstairs. Whoops. And we'll hook this up here. There we go. We have one grow light going. See if we can get the other two before the plants die. Shouldn't be a problem. I think I've got enough time. I think I've got quite a lot of time, actually. Though it's been a long time since I've actually had plants without light and watched them slowly starve. So I think the last time it used to happen to me was like starting out on Mars and messing up how much light they were actually getting with their position in the portable hydroponics. See you, Vox. Yeah, the right click to move stuff from inventory to hand is something I have not yet gotten into any sort of habit of using, and it'll probably be a while before I do, really. Since it's only something I learned about this week. It's just not something I've even remotely put any thought into. Ah, it's just awesome knowing that this thing's just working. It's just doing its thing. Happily. At least happy at the moment. There we go, there's no plant, so it's not happy. Oh, it's happy if the plant is healthy? I guess? It's great. It's great, it's great, it's great. Do I have more rails around here? Have a couple. Okay, so we need a bunch more rails and 2 more hydroponics. Yes, indeed. Happy as Larry. I hope it's going to be a lot of O2 production, Shadow Derek, because I've got a lot of base to pressurize. And that was kind of something I was hoping I would actually manage to achieve before the terrain rework comes and I do a complete reset.
Hunger caution.
And based on some things I was talking about the other day, my complete reset will probably not be on Venus. I think I may well play on one of the quote-unquote easy planets. I might play on Europa or Mars. Probably Mars. I like Mars. I might play on Mars with the hope that it would eventually be a usable save for terraforming. Although maybe Vulcan. But Vulcan's, it's all very black and meh. The nice thing about Vulcan is it has a very visually exciting sky. Maybe Vulcan from that point of view. But I don't want to be Mr. Mole Man like I've been forced to be here on Venus. That's the thing I don't like about Venus. I want to have windows. I want to be able to do that stuff early. I want to be able to have a nice looking base and do all that side of things. It's something I kind of miss in this save that I haven't been able to justify doing because of the immense costs associated with it. terms of cooling. Now, this probably needs to go in an isolated circuit. So I probably want to put a I want to put an APC in to separate these. Powered chutes, basic chutes, stacker, powered chutes. We've got import bin on the left. Export bin on the right. There we go. That's the bins. Won't do any more of the chutes just yet because that'll get in the way of wiring and making that easy. No, Zuriel. I'm going to have 2 completely independent Larrys doing the 2 farms. I think I think making this much larger will reduce the yield because the Larry during harvest phase will be so slow. But I would hope over time, the sequencing of the ferns would be at the point where the Larry's just constantly harvesting if you get enough. And I think it could have more than what I've got. I think I'd probably go up to maybe 50 and it'll still work okay with my current code. Because there is going to be a time where the Larry is idle. Like right now, it's going to be idle. It's just going to run through the checks because none of the plants are actually ready for harvest. So I think I could have more, but I don't think having 76 of, or 70, what is it? I've got 30, 36, so 72. Well, oops. I think Mars is that. Mars is the chill planet. It's a mostly chill start. You can't breathe it, but it's fine. It's got a fairly moderate temperature, but there's enough variability in the temperature that you can play with it. So I think that's what Mars is. It's the nice one from that point of view. Yeah, let's go get 2 electronics pieces and an APC. Yeah, I think with the terrain rework and seeing what the Martian terrain is like in that, I think that'll be another incentive to do Mars. So I feel like there'll be a lot that'll be attracting me towards Mars for whatever my next run is. But I guess it'll be interesting to see what all of them look like. I like the storms being a thing, and I think they're gonna. I imagine the storms will get a improvement pass as well, be a bit more varied. I don't mind them. So that's electronic parts. What was the other thing I needed? It was more rails, and I've already forgotten. Oh, APC.
Hydration critical.
I've got the electronic parts. I've got the APC. Let's get some more rail. And that's it. Yeah, the equipment you get to start with these days on the easier start conditions is quite generous. If I'm doing a Martian start though, I'm doing a Martian brutal start. Yes, Zuriel, with the terrain rework, you will not be able to, in the new version, play your old saves. They have created a branch so you can continue to play your old saves with the current version, but when they eventually come out with that update, you will not be able to play your old saves on the new version. They will be completely incompatible. Any plans to figure out Amy? No. I don't even know what Amy's for. What is the use case for Amy? Yeah, but when you've got deep miners, what is the use case for Amy? It feels like it was made redundant. They have shown a picture of one of the new terrain on the Discord. It has been shown off before. Looks pretty. We go straight there, then we go corner. Corner. And then Larry. That should be lining up perfectly. Cool. Electronics, screwdriver. Now to wire it up and then get this thing started. Yeah, I just think there's meant to be, down here, the stations are meant to be corners. Whereas these are meant to be not stations. It's correct. See, it does. Alright, so we drop straight down from Larry. Junction. We go from this side, loop around. Yep. Just hooks up to this. Just trying to keep... I spent a bit of time trying a few different designs to see what was neatest, and this is the best I came up with. Okay, cool. Now let's get the APC down. I think would probably make the most sense just sitting under here. Not planning on putting a battery in it, it's just to isolate the circuitry. We need to hook up the chutes. And then I have a functional second farm.
Hunger critical.
Nope, I'm gonna have to go eat and drink. Oh yeah, I suppose. I suppose that was actually something I thought about with A Martian Start that I was a bit on, which was if I do a Martian Start, I've got access to all the ices again, which makes getting gases super easy by comparison to what I'm dealing with here. And I wasn't sure whether I felt okay making that easy again, or whether I'd want to try and wait to see if people had a iceless Mars, or accept just water ice or something. So I still had to figure out that side of things, which has been kind of fun here. And which is what's driven me to make the Larre, because without that need to grow lots and lots and lots of crops, I wouldn't have bothered, probably. I wouldn't have had the same incentive. Well, the Anno games have always intrigued me, but they're honestly not something I'm likely to play on stream. Largely because it's not gone well when I've played those sorts of games on stream. It only meets half of the will I play this game on stream equation. The first half being, would I have fun playing this? The second half being, would people have fun watching this? But yeah, there's no revealed information about exactly how close we are to the terrain update. It's just, it is close. Ish. Okay. I need lots of chutes. That's what I need next. Stay well.
Low pressure. Oxygen
Oh,
low.
no! No!
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Suit!
Temperature critical.
Oh. 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 That was close. Duriel, I can't answer that question, unfortunately. I did space myself. I just didn't space myself for long. Why was I here? Who am I? I've just had oxygen deprivation. I needed to get chutes. Lots and lots of chutes. Ah, dear. That was bad. Yes, it's true. If this was the outer airlock, I would be in a lot more trouble. But at least on the... one would hope I'd be more cautious about going out of that one, but it's because I'm still inside, I just don't even think about it properly. Which is dumb in and of itself, I'm aware. Is 30 shoots going to be enough? I'll get 40. Part of me is... I'm kind of thinking whether I should set up an independent composting thing. Like whether that would be a smart play, but... Honestly, I should probably just integrate everything within the systems I currently have rather than trying to build new things all the time. Though sometimes it feels easier to do so. Okie dokie. So, this one goes to window, then goes to curve, then goes to window, joins up with the top row. And drill. Then I need to replace this bit in the middle with a flip-flop. Oh, come on. Give me the direction I was after. There we go, that's the one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can't get those seeds. Wait, why has the flip-flop not worked? Why do I not have seeds here? Did I only get one through? Ah. Go again. See if I can get more seeds lined up. So that should reach the stacker, which then should clear itself. No, the flip-flop doesn't need power. I think. No, no. Why is it not working? Why does it look like there's something in the way of it? Oh, it's not. It's the shape of the thing. Why is this not ejecting at 10 seeds? It should be. Oh no. That row's full? Oh, it doesn't flick back. Ah. That is a potential problem. This was the thing that we were discussing last time when I was talking about using these. It doesn't just overflow into the other one. Potentially an issue. How does an overflow work? Yeah. Overflow's not great either. I think what I've got now that it's there should be fine, hopefully. So if I do this and just make sure that both have themselves at pretty much full, it should be fine. Cool. Anyway, that's that bit done. Now I need to feed back in whatever gets harvested. Means going across at this level, so I don't need to move that cable. That should join up. Hey, Bartman! How's it going? Thanks for 18 months. How many moles of oxygen in this room currently? Yes. There is, yes, moles of oxygen in here. There should be quite a lot. Oh no. I can't have a straight cable running through a chute? I didn't know that. I thought it was going to behave like pipes and it'd let me. It's kind of annoying. The thing about the amount of oxygen in this room right now is that it'll be more than, like, it's balanced again, like, it's not just going to be pure oxygen, because I am actually already pulling the oxygen out. Actually, maybe I'll do it this way. Yeah. Yeah, this is 69% oxygen. Which is not right. Have I run out of cold CO2? Shouldn't there be more CO2 in here? Or is this not mixing fully? The mix seems to be good. Yeah, Larry 2 is going to start running in a second. I just want to make sure I've done the chutes correctly. I'm going to turn on all the things. And then I should be able to turn on the Larry. I have not done the chutes correctly. There's a gap there. Turn on the Larry. And then... yeah, I need to probably set up more passive vents to move the air through. Because at the moment, it's all coming up and down through this stairwell. No, I'm not sick again. I seem to never get rid of a little bit of a cough these days. It's my progression towards old man. I've started with the old man cough as the first thing. Also, what I think of as the Capac cough, because he does that cough. When he's an old guy and he has jowls, they will wobble when he does that cough, because he does the jowl wobbling cough sometimes. Okay. This goes up to here and joins in, which goes through to here, which gets stacked and then pops out there. That's fine. The seeds are coming in. Larry's got the code on it, so I should just be able to turn it on and we've got Larry working again. Once I find the button. Oh, 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 oh. Gimme, gimme. Why? Why are you being like this? I had it. Come on. How should I do that? I need it. How? How am I going to get this? Oh, this is not good. Can I get it from here? No! I'm going to have to break this chute just so I can turn this thing on. Oh, but I've got to... I haven't set up the pins yet either. There we go. Now Larry can do its thing. The two of them. Look at that. Double Larry, or as has been suggested, maybe Larry and Mo. Yeah. APC is on. The issue was that I couldn't actually get to the button on this thing. Alright. Now that's industrial farming. Yeah, you can't crouch in Stationeers. It's not a thing. There's no crouch control. Oh dear. Another dodgy dad joke, eh? Okay. I just invented the world's fastest escalator. I call it the Eska now. That was definitely worse than the one I did this morning. This is great. I love that I have code that I can just build these things now. Which will obviously, even in a circumstance where I don't strictly need it, be a reason to do it. Thanks, Tyrone. Thank you for 3 years. How's it going? I love this. Two happy Larrys. I need to get my HUD back. So, let's have a look at why the CO2 levels here are low. Let's go to the gas room and see what's going on. Listening to Bond film music as the Larry test happens. It does feel overly epic, but I'll pay it. Down here. .41 kilopascals? What? How is my CO2 so low? Have the ferns eaten all my CO2? Oh my gosh, they have! I'm actually running out of CO2! What? How have I run out of CO2? That's insane! Do I have an easy system to get more CO2 in? Or do I just pump in outside gas through my furnace? Probably the easiest way. Although I've got that CO2 line going up there, but that's not going to get cooled. So that's hot CO2. Yeah, I can just pump it through the furnace. That does mean I'm going to get heaps of pollutant. I could possibly put a one-way valve between this pipe and my mixed gas in pipe. That will constantly put hot CO2 in there, which is not ideal. Exhale more. Right. What's the better way of doing this? I think I just need to... Oh, no, wait, I know where I can put CO2 in. I can put it in after. So if I join with a one-way valve CO2 to here from outside, that should be fine, because I just add CO2, it gets cooled, it goes into the loop.
Air tank low.
Yeah. Yeah, guess that's what I'll do. Of course, then I'll run out these CO2 filters very quickly, but... All those streams ago you decided to eat out your CO2 is coming back to bite you now. Arguably, yes. Alright, I'm going to set up a bit more of a complex system here than just pumping it back through, because I think I need to make sure I've constantly got CO2. So I'm going to make some tanks, or a tank. What I'm going to do is I've currently got that filter down there set up to, where is it? Where is the insulated tank there? I've currently got that filter set up down there to filter until a particular pressure, and then it turns itself off. So if I also attach a large tank to it, and then have a pump? No. I don't think I want to... Do I want this running all the time? I kind of want it running until the large tank reaches a certain pressure. So I probably need to have a filter and a separate filter hooked up to the large tank. And that filter feeds into the cooling loop, not into the tank. Huh. Alright. I need to do something now to get some CO2 in the system, so let's do that first. Let's just check. I can't remember what the ratios of the outside air are. So it's 92% CO2, so it's mostly CO2 that I'll be pumping through from outside anyway. So this should be pushing just outside air through into the filtration system now. It should I guess it drops to just below atmospheric pressures. Yeah, and it'll stabilize. So we should start seeing... Yep. That's going to very slowly go up in temperature and pressure. We should start seeing some CO2 make its way through. Oof. I'm glad you guys made me check that. Because I was just oblivious to the fact that I might have even... I just couldn't imagine running out of CO2 because I had so much. Visual glitches, Tex. Visual glitches is why it's foggy inside the pressurized zone. Right. So... No, Shadow Drake, the death from that CO2, I think, is a completely different problem. This was me completely running out of CO2 versus the other setup, which was I hadn't yet set up a system to manage it. Which, to me, is a very different problem. Oh yeah, I've still got this pumping stuff outside, don't I? I was still throwing away CO2. Oops, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the Stationeers of Shadow on Sunday. We'll be back to it in not this weekend, the next weekend. Because Shadow's off this weekend. Okay, so that's almost completely evacuated. I think I'll just turn off this pump. And ignore it. That's just going to outside. So now I should have some CO2 coming through. It's not going to get removed. So I wasn't just throwing it away at the start. I've been throwing it away for weeks. So much. Oh dear. For me, I like a mix of co-op and single-player stuff. I don't like doing all co-op, and I don't like doing all single-player. The things I like about co-op is it's nice having someone to talk to who you can talk back to. The things I dislike about co-op is that I find it much harder to talk to you guys. Because there's obviously sort of a mental priority to the other person I'm playing with, which I think is reasonable. I think it should be that way. So 27 kilomoles. How much oxygen did I decide I needed for the base? It's a lot more than that, isn't it? So it's going to pressurize the base. I think I needed a lot more. So how much is it per cube? So each cube needs... Let's just make the maths easy and call it 200 and let's overestimate and call it 250 moles. So 4 cubes is 1 kilomole. So my 27 gives me just like 110 cubes. And I've got 3 by 2 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 48 just in this little bit of hallway. And then probably another 48 here. So that area, just these hallways, that's all my oxygen. I think I need something in the order of a couple of 100 kilomoles of oxygen to fully pressurize this base. Batteries can either be in vacuum or warm. They just don't like it cold, I think. Right, let's see if the CO2 tank is gaining. No, not yet. But there should be more CO2 gradually filtering through. Okay. So let's think about this again. If I set up another filter over here. Wait, do I need this filter here? This filter seems like a temporary filter. Why do I have this filter here? This is a temporary filter. This was to get rid of the pollutant that had accumulated on that side. Which it is so close to having done. Dragnon, that's not far behind. The Larre change was only a couple of weeks ago. So I can probably get rid of this filter at this point. Hang on a sec. I need more water. My throat is getting dry. Scratchy throat. Right. So if I get rid of this filter and I replace it with a CO2 filter that can then pump into this bit of the loop, so it's pre-cooling. I just need to figure out how I want to control that so that filter turns off when it's no longer needed. And just for certainty, when filters go to 0, does that mean everything goes through to unfiltered? Or does that mean that bad things can go through to the filtered? I believe it's everything goes to unfiltered. Can someone in chat confirm?
Hydration critical.
Nah. And my character needs water too. Because yeah, I think then I should be able to just read off the CO2 tank. And when the CO2 tank is at a certain level, turn off the filter. Until it reaches that level, leave it on. And that'll keep me with some in storage all the time. Obviously, my worry with running a filter system like that all the time is that the filters will run out and then I end up pumping a heap of pollutant into a loop where I didn't want it. Yeah, I think this is the best option I've got. So I'll need to connect up the data line of the filtration unit to the data line of this tank, which is where? Where is the data port on? Oh, there. Turn you off. Run the pollutant filter out. Oh yeah, I can check the water while I'm here. So the hand drill, and that's out. Right, I'll check the water because I'm going to forget to check it later. I currently have 82.7 liters. So I'm close. I'm getting toward a point where I could run the composter. I think. I want a little bit more than that. I don't remember how much you need as a constant operating amount. Up. What are you doing? What was I doing with that chip? Huh. Who knows? Worried about how fast I'm going to chew through the water with the automated farm. Yeah? I mean, the plants don't use a huge amount of water. Oh, yeah, you're right. I think that was setting the ice crusher temperature. And that's my hotline that goes to the roof, I think. Filling my yeah. Alright. Cleaned that up. Now let's get the thing set up properly. Where are the cables? Alright. Kind of want it over by the wall, but I think I'll have to do it this way. Oh, I have to build a frame for this, don't I? So if I do filtration this way, this one, it should make more sense. Although, let's, for stylistic reasons, move that one block out. So, filtration. Hook up the power to the thing, but then independently hook up the data to somewhere else. This one? Did I? No, the cooled gas goes under. Cooled gas goes under. It's not a, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So, for this, I have outside air. Oh, it's good that I actually created that space because I don't want to connect to this orange pipe because the orange pipe is the super hot. Is it super hot? That's not super hot. Where is that going? I need to see where that tube goes. Oh, it might be the outside air that's going to the outside furnace. Is that what it is? Hmm. Yep, it's just regular old outside air. So I've got two things doing the exact same thing. Cool. Is the outside air furnace feeder. Anyone know how many satellite comms you can run on one computer? Oh, I don't know. I haven't even tried to run a computer. Other than I do everything manually for that, so I have no idea. Okay. Pipes. Need more pipes. I mean, I could have put a pipe label on the pipes and labeled what they were, but I haven't. And I'm probably not going to. So I do want these grey, and then I can leave the other ones orange or paint them brown. And go put this grey paint away while I'm waiting for that to print. How many do I really want to let this print off? How much piping am I actually going to need? And do I want to have any insulated inline tanks to buffer things? I'll just stop there for now. Let's go see what I actually need. Oh, I saw a comment earlier asking about power situation. The power situation is delightful. All of the base connected tanks are at full. Base connected batteries, I mean. Not tanks, batteries. Okay, so that's our input. Unfiltered just goes back out. Then our filtered is CO2, but will mix with the brown, so I should actually paint it brown. As soon as it's output, it won't just be CO2 anymore. Because it'll need to hook up to here. I think what I'll do is actually just bring that straight through underneath. Frame. Now that's hooked up to a tank, so I shouldn't need any buffers. Cool. The buffers are already there. And the only thing I need to do from this point is get some CO2 filters and hook up the data connections so then I can set up my code. That should hopefully be fairly straightforward, especially if I use the existing code I have for monitoring pressure and working off that. Hook it up with the line you had to push out CO2. Oh! You're right! Ah! So much better. That makes so much more sense! Much neater. Thank you. Okay. Whoops. And also probably do this. Now for the fun of cabling. I think I've hooked that up now. Yep. So it's got power now. Means I could start running it, but I'm not going to. Now I need to see where I can safely run this data link around to that tank. I think I need to drop, go to the wall, and I think I should be able to run around. The planet shattering kabooms will come on Sunday when Shadow and I are back on... Sunday week when Shadow and I are back on Vulcan. I think. Not today. Today's hopefully mostly chill, except for when I walked out of the airlock without my suit on. That's not so chill. Or maybe too chill. Run this back. And what height was I running this other one at? Down here. Hey. Yeah, I definitely made some screw-ups on our Vulcan approach. I'd never done a brutal start, so I'd never seen how brutal the brutal start conditions were. I'd never played on Vulcan before. And Shadow was really tired, so I didn't have her being a sanity check for me. So it was tricky. It was real tricky. Device. There we go. Big insulated tank is device 0. Go get myself my laptops and figure out how to do this so that I can run that filter. There's a setting that hides your helmet. Index. A lot of people have commented to me in the past when I've had the helmet visible, that it was a bit motion sickness inducing for them. So I have it hidden. Never really bothered me, but I know it bothers others, so I didn't use it. Yep, I'm leaving the furnace pump on for now because we're now down to 7% CO2 in here. It's going down. I think it was at 8 point something before, so I'm just going to leave the furnace pump running until I get this filter up and functional. So, we have this already saved. Let's just save it again just in case. We can now clear that. So, alias, tank, D0. So I want to load the pressure from that tank. This should be fairly straightforward. I want to load the pressure from that tank. Load into tank press. D0 pressure. Alias. R1 tank press. Oops, wrong way around. Yeah, I was thinking as I laid out that data cable that I should have it colored differently to the power cables. Did I calculate whether my gas cooling setup is fast enough to keep up with my CO2 usage? No, and I don't honestly know how to do that. So we'll find out. We will find out. No tank press. Yeah, I could read the filters as well, which I might want to try and do, but I want to just get this up and running first. I'll deal with the filters later. That is a can to kick down the road. Load tank pressure, pressure. So we want the pressure, and then we want to compare that to the so it's like, what was it set? Is that set greater than? Register equals 1 if 8, no. Yes. Now I want to turn off the... I want to turn off the filter if the tank pressure is greater than a certain value. So register will equal 1. So I want to do set less than. Whoops. If A is less than B. If tank press is less than... Oops. No. Huh? What am I doing? What's the... What's the command that you guys keep making me use that just immediately turns on and off the device? Or do I need... less than... So register 15 will equal 1 or 0 depending on this value. So if A is less than B. So if tank press is less than, let's go with 5 megapascals. I don't think we need to go higher than that. And then set DB. Was it activate or is it setting? Mode. It was mode, wasn't it? That should do it. We check the tank pressure. If tank press is less than 5,000, then we set R15 to 1. If it's greater than 5,000, we set R15 to 0, which will then set that to whatever that value is. We then yield and jump back to the start. That should work. Take this with me. Where do I leave my suit? Yeah. Cool. Get myself a little chippy. And I will have CO2 going much more quickly into the system. Hey, wasn't I? Toby's doing well. Seems to be getting 4 molars at once, which is delightful. Get him out of the way. Doop, 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 doop. Give me. Gimme. Hopefully this works. And things don't explode. There is a risk with what I'm doing here. And I possibly need to... Yes, I do need to do something else here, actually. I also need to check if the external pressure here, if the damaged by an overpressure event. Huh? When did I get a pipe damaged by an overpressure event? It won't have been that particular pipe. But I don't know when I would have had an overpressure event damage a pipe. Anyway. So, as I was saying, I need to also check if the device pressure, which is pressure output. So I think pressure output 2 is the unfiltered. Do I still have the wiki up? Does it say any more information to confirm? Yes, it is correct. It is correct, according to that. All right, so... This is the thing that I find awkward to determine, but I should be able to figure it out here. So we also want to do a set less than. And we'll do that to R14. And that will be pressure output. But I'm going to have to load that into a register. So we're going to load. I'll give it an alias as well. Alias. Filter out. R2. dB. Out, pressure output. So that's going to get my output pressure from the filter. And put that into that register, which I can then compare filter out to 30,000. So, if this is less than, if tank pressure is less than 5,000 and filter out is less than 30,000, these should both be equal to 1. Then I can add them. And if the addition is 2, then I turn the device on. If it is less than 2, nothing happens. So I could do, again, a set less than R13. Wait, no. Add R13, R14, R15. What? And? What and? How does and work? Both bits are 1, the resulting bit is set to 1. Otherwise, the resulting bit is set to 0. Oh, okay. So I can do and R13. So R13 will be set to 1 if both of these are 1. It'll be set to 0 if that is not true. So then I can just set this to R13. Is that correct? I think that's correct. And if both bits are 1, which they should be if this is less than, the resulting bit is set to 1. So register 13 is set to 1, which means thing get turns on. If either is not 1, R13 becomes 0, which means this turns off. Yeah. Cool. Export. We have all the safety checks. Put the thing in. Well, some of the safety checks. We don't have the filter safety check, but... Oh, I could do the filter safety check the same way, couldn't I? Because I could do a load slot, but I'm not gonna. Just gonna do it and get it started. So that's 14.5 megapascals in there. How much is my tank going up? 14 kilopascals. I think my tank's going up. So in theory, the gas in my living space should be getting, in my growing space should be getting more CO2, and it is. It's up to 40% CO2. Uh, 13% on the gas that's coming back, which is also correct, because they don't mix immediately. But it is CO2 in the greenhouse is going up, so I am producing more CO2 that is cold than I am consuming. Oh, there's always CO2 on the input, because this is Venusian atmosphere. Always. Yeah, I think I've got a fair bit of cooling capacity left. How quickly I can get the CO2 through for the plants. I think my throughput is good enough. Awesome. Another problem averted. Sweet. Pick up. Ah. Alright, so today I've managed to get the Larre functional working. I've managed to make some water. I could probably make some more. Let's go see. Let's put this away. Let's go grab the rest of my rotted plants and take them down. There were some theories about what caused the ultimate explosion with the cooling system. I think they're correct, but not 100% certain. I should have emptied out part of my inventory, which I should leave this upstairs anyway, because I'm going to probably need this wall at some point up here. Oh yeah. I should see how many plants I've got as well. Two full stacks of 100. That's a lot. That was all made in just that time. So good. So cool. Are the seeds still queuing up on both? Yes. Good. Yeah, the CO2 filter's on. Which means I can also go probably turn my furnace off, which I will do as I go through now. Nope, I'm gonna have a drink. Let's have a little bit of food as well. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I want this. Yes. Yes, 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 yes! So the big remaining thing for this whole loop, and getting it all running so that I'm getting surplus water and surplus everything, is to get a composter working. And to potentially automate the cooking of plants into volatiles, but I don't know. Haven't even remotely contemplated what's involved with that. Why is the fern not going in? Oh, nothing's going in. It's full. Because these have stopped. let's turn you off. Grab these bits out at least. Just pop them up on the shelf for the moment. Probably should dump more of this stuff out, but I just didn't want to have to deal with it straight away. Okay, spin that up again. And that should have... maybe... great. I need bigger stacks, don't I? Also, I'm not sure the flip-flop valve is going to play nicely here. I think overflow would make more sense. Would probably work better. There we go. Wow, that uses less things. Weird. In fact, I wonder if that's actually gonna allow this thing to output a whole lot more. Why is it not? Something wrong with the recycler? Why is the copper on the same line as recycling decayed food? And why is the biomass not leaving? Yeah, Artie, it's so true. 4 streams of programming. I'm touched that you guys are happy to watch me do that. That makes me very happy. I feel lucky. Do I need a chute before the overflow? I'm guessing I can't have the overflow directly on that output of the thing. Because I'm getting nothing into that centrifuge. And just cleaning this up because that other stuff wasn't actually needed. So if we go that to... no, wait. So we go up. Then we go overflow. Then we go curve. Then we can join back up on this one. And I know I've rebalanced the overflow, but whatever. Now, hopefully this will output. Is it doing it? How do I tell if this is actually working? The input's not moving. I feel like something's wrong with this machine. Nothing's getting through to the centrifuge. Yeah, I think this thing's busted. Alright, let's try that again. Now, let's get the reagents mixes through first. Okay, it's output that. Good. Yeah, that was broken. That was a bug. Almost certainly. Get this all back in. Oh, zero sum. At least it's not just me that's breaking this thing then. Oh, the fern biomass is going in now. That means all of the mess is put through. I can throw the rest of these in. Oops, I just threw that into the wall. Yeah, that's filling... That's emptying quickly like I would have expected. Cool. Alright. Much better. Now let's go cook this biomass for some gas. Got anything in there? No. In you go. In you go. In you go. How much volatiles am I getting from that? So far, 672 moles. I think it's now too cold to off-gas. Yep, there we go. Needs 100 degrees Celsius. I'm gonna get a killer mole out of this, I reckon. Is it time to automate the centrifuges next? Yeah, the next thing I would like to do is run a Larre from my greenhouse all the way round to the centrifuges to drop off into it. That's my next thing I'd like to do. Make a cargo Larre that's running through the base. I have no idea how to do it. I have no idea how to set up an airlock for it, any of that sort of stuff. So I think it'll be fun to learn. Yeah, I'll end up with like 1.6, I reckon. This is awesome. Let's put the temperature in faster, get this processed. Ooh, liquid pollutant, that's not great. Look at that though. 1.76 kilomoles. Let's get this out. Oh, with my system, do I need to unliquefy that? Such a lot of liquid. It's pressure related though, and the pressure should go up, which is going to cool it even more as it phase changes back. Should be okay. I hope. Let's check that pipe. Yeah, looks good. It's cooling it though. Look at the temperature. Yeah. That means we should be getting more volatiles coming through soon-ish, which will then get us more water. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy at how far this has gone today. It was just that critical mass of getting the Larries functional that I needed. Can anyone remember how much water I had in the big tank? I think it was 37 liters. I think it was around that amount. I kind of want to check after this is cycled through the system. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of gas in here because of me using my jetpack. That's why it's toasty in this room. I was at 87 liters. Oh, I'll go check in a second, see where we're at. So I think that'll be an interesting thing to monitor and see how quickly the water builds up. Because obviously that water then needs to be cooled and some of it fed to the plants and some of it recycled back for compost to make even more water. This is working really well. So far, so good. Just empty this out quickly now. 64 degrees. What temperature did we get the waste pipe down to? Got a decent bit down, but now it's probably going to be going up because of other stuff getting in there from here. So the hot water that's now coming through is heating it back up again. Now, I believe the famous last words are, one of the things I really like about this game is the number of things that can go wrong. Or something along those lines. It was, my phrasing was close to that. I think those are famous last words. $84.8 liters. So it shouldn't have been 87 then, because this is an isolated system. This is just where all my collected water goes to. So it should not have any reason to drop. Unless it's gotten hotter, which is possible. But it does have a heat exchanger. What's it heat exchanging with? Oh, that. Yeah, okay. So it's going to be very slow for that to cool down, that water. So I've only just got this one passive heat exchanger there. And not a lot of gas, and very little gas pressure against it. Oh. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of thermal mass there. A lot. 85 liters of greater than 100 degrees Celsius water. But, as I said earlier, I think I've achieved a lot today. which means it's probably time for me to wrap things up. I've got my Larrys working. They're doing their thing. I now understand how to get volatiles from my crops that I harvest. And I have an automated thing filling up my CO2, so my CO2 in my greenhouse is not going to run out anytime soon. Although, that percentage is lower. Why is this percentage lower? That's not good. That's still going down. Well, that's something to fix up next week. No. I think I'm going to save the game with me having this open so I know something is wrong that needs urgent fixing. Because what's the lowest CO2 that the ferns can handle? Is it 5? If it's 5, I'm in trouble. 1%. Okay, so I've got time next week to figure this out. But yeah, that's something I've got to figure out next week, is why my system is not pumping through enough gas to fix this. Ah, dear. Where is the in gas? Is that the purple one? I don't remember where the in gas is. Which one's the in one? Yeah, the in is this one. The purple. I see what's on the other side of the valve. No, I cannot. That's an unfortunate way I laid that out. Anyway, I'll be back on Sunday with a Space Engineers one-off stream, which is going to be a bit of a challenge mode thing that I'm coming up with. But I'll also be back on Sunday with the finale of Scrapyard. And that's over on YouTube. And then on Monday, more Abiotic Factor with Wasted, Capac, and TFE. This is all that. And plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Bye.